Hello. It is time. All right. So I think I need to, well, I guess before I go polishing, the add vertex needs to work adding vertexes onto the edges of existing lines, so I can insert a vertex here. And preferably also add like it so that if I click and I drag far enough away, or maybe if I just click and hold for like more than some amount of time, it would automatically go into like select mode, or not just select mode, but like I'd be moving the vertex I just placed. Right. Okay. So let's go see how Godot does that. It would be path 3D, right? Path 3D. But definitely like the gizmo thing. This is all debug. Yeah, it's not going to be here, is it? Maybe they have like a method to check. Nope. Did I open the wrong thing? Open path 2D. Okay. Maybe a method isn't here. Nope. Okay. Where's this stuff at? It's probably editor, plugins, editor, scene 3D, path 3D, editor, plugin. Okay. Set handle. Redraw. Forward. All right, it must be in here. Mouse button. Position. Click into curve. Closest distance. Click distance. Where's click distance? Or in point count, find the offset of the place to break up. Okay. Get closest point to segment. What? Create action, split path, add point, remove points. Mouse button is pressed. left click, curve create is pressed, or curve edit is pressed, and is command or control pressed. So this is none of that, actually. Left, delete, no. I was looking at path. Why is a path 2D gizmo inside of... No, this is edit play. I don't understand this. I don't know what's going on. This is all weird. What? Huh, okay. So it's gotta be up here somehow. To be honest, I don't see it. Viewport point to screen from closest point to segment. Closest points between segments. From to MB pause. From GT global transform. Path global transform. From is R. What's R? R. R is a vector 3 array. MB pause. Mouse button position X, mouse button position Y. Okay. RC, this is like insane what they're doing. All right. I see what they're I see what they're doing. I wish they would use some not insane variable names. As if they were like on a budget for some reason. My code's going to run faster if I use 10 single letter variables. It's going to run so much faster. Dude, they're just actually RARB. It X form RB. What? Inverse transform. Okay. This is a tessellation part, right? So this is the real thing. Well, J is less than RC and C is not equal to RJ. I think I get it though. So they take the two positions. And these are in local space for some reason. In my case, they're going to be global space. So I take point A, point B. I go through the whole list, and I check every segment in using the mouse press position and this viewport point to screen thing and then I get this. And I only have to do that one time. It does have to be less than some value, so I guess this is 10. This would be like pixels, right? So if we're within 10 pixels, maybe I can use this for better vertex selection as well. Right, so all right, I think I get it. Closest point to segment, we have this point A, point B, which is going to essentially be a transform of the vertex location and using this viewport point to screen thing. Okay. So this should all be in plugin, I think. If I'm an add vertex, edited region add vertex. Okay, so I think I probably do this differently. Add vertex probably should take, like, instead of doing this stuff, I mean, this is editor mode. I can do this outside of that. So I'm going to drop editor mode. Just going to cut that. So what's going to happen here is all of this should go in there. All of that. And if not last shape, I return false. And instead here, I'm going to turn a an index. Just be -1 by default. I guess I should check this instead. So I should do, if index is greater than size over 2. So if I have 1 point, the array size would be 2. Divided by 2 is 1. So I can insert at 1, which is just after that. But if I'm greater than that, then I have an issue. This will just be return false. Index will be equal to, I guess, the current size. Otherwise, I'm going to multiply the index by 2. So I'm trying to place at 1, multiply by 2, so then 2 and then 3. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do for add vertex is I'm just going to not allow, I think, having that tool selected. I'm just going to make the assumption that you have a thing. So, if there is no Whoa. I'm a bit tired. I've got coffee though. If not edited region, come on, or not edited region, last shape. This will be pass, I guess. Okay. So the region needs to have some current shape. Well, maybe it just needs to have this, actually. Because I can add a vertex by clicking very near something else. Whoa, 1 second. Okay. So, yeah, I want to go through every shape. If I click near an edge, I'm just adding to that edge. If I don't click if I don't click within some distance of an existing shape, okay, well, okay, here it is. If not last shape, then I'll have a this. So find close edges for vertex insertion, or or adding, or ignore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a nearest edge, float, which starts at infinity. Then I have a nearest vertex, which is at infinity. And I guess I would have nearest insertion point, which means I'm going to have an edge. So essentially the order is, if I start just by collecting the target polygon with the closest shape, or the closest vertex. Then I find the one with the closest edge. Then I find, if I have clicked an edge, then I click the closest edge that I clicked on. Right? And then I should just insert where I click, actually. So I already have where I click, which is vertex. I'm definitely adding a vertex there. It just depends on whether or not it's going to be inserted into an existing shape, added to some other closer shape. So yeah. So for polygon and shapes, then I'll go through each vertex. I guess I'll just do this first. Check nearest edges plus vertices. So should be world vertices, size. World vertices is vector 3. So I'm checking edges, so I'm doing A and B, like so. I mean, I guess what I can do is I can say if size is less than, if size is 0, continue. If size is equal to 1, we're just checking a single vertex. So then I need to say if also if I've clicked an edge, if I'm in add mode and I click a vertex, that's like edit, right? I have no target shape. How should I favor them? I think I should favor. I'm just gonna, because I don't have a way to edit if I'm not in that mode. I guess maybe it's gonna be custom. And then Gizmo selection takes over. But how does this work? Do I have to be on this tool mode? I mean, I guess I just pass custom and it will do it. Yeah, right. If I return custom, it acts like select vertex, right? I mean, I guess what I would actually have to do is have to say I would kind of have to ask if it's going to click something, wouldn't I? I would say handles intersect ray. And if it returns not -1, then that means I've clicked the vertex. Maybe I should just run that first. Well, no, because I can't do that. Oh, no, I can. I'll figure it out later. I should really just make this work, I think. Instead of making it, like, super nice. My thinking here was I would use is finite to check if I have a nearest edge or nearest vertex. Because essentially I want to favor... Well, I don't know. I favor whatever I'm closest to, right? So I should say... Also, when I click something, that makes it the last shape, right? Yeah, that makes it the last shape when I click something. Okay. I need to have a screen mouse position, a viewport mouse position. Right, okay, there we go. Viewport mouse position. So yeah, I guess what I do is I say... distance squared to... Is it viewport camera? Don't I have viewport? Viewport. How do they do this? Where do they get the viewport from? Viewport... If viewport get camera 3D is equal to camera, viewport is that. Is there actually no way to get the viewport? Really? Or just to get the closest viewport that it's part of? This is a strange way of doing it. Node 3D editor. interesting. No, it's just that. Also, I don't get it every time. In fact, I only get it in the other case. Dang. Okay. So viewport camera should probably go up here. And then viewports goes here. It's a weird comment. I'm just gonna get rid of that comment. Okay. So there's viewport. And something I can do with this. Really? They have that nice function, but not available outside. That's annoying. Okay. So they use a function called point to screen. Point to screen, which just takes a global world position and converts it to a screen coordinate. So point to screen. Yeah, okay. Let's go see what that does. I'm assuming it's a real method here. I could also just make it an exposed value, which I might just do that. Because I think it's actually nuts that they don't have that. Okay, so it's not a real thing there. Point to screen. So this is a Node 3D editor viewport. Camera unproject position. Unproject position. These guys are crazy. Put all that back. Just put it all back. I think, yeah, I was just like testing stuff. All right. So viewport camera, unproject position, polygon, world vertices, 0. Okay, distance. This is a long trip to find one method. I mean, I guess I can actually get it now, because I've just clicked. Screen position, I guess, is what I should be looking at instead of this. So it should be screen position. Which I don't know, this is like odd. Whatever. If screen position distance to that, there's distance, and then if is less than nearest vertex, I should be picking the closest of either one of these, right? So if I'm better than the nearest vertex, and I'm better than the nearest edge, then this is my new nearest vertex, right? But if I'm better than nearest vertex, but I could, like, it's possible I can be inside of the vertex and click also exactly on the edge. So I'd be like 0 on the edge, but then vertex would be like 0.01. But I'm obviously trying to click the vertex. So if nearest vertex is less than, this should be in pixel quantity. So perhaps if I'm within, okay, if I'm better than nearest vertex, I'm going to do one test. I mean, I guess I just do the test right away or whatever. So I'll do this. Test if we selected a vertex. Handles intersect ray, camera, screen position, gizmo, which is a region. And then I say Yeah, okay. Do I have gizmos? I do. It's not static? Huh. Oh, there we go. I mean, it should only have this one, right? There's a has gizmo thing. No. Gizmos? Has gizmo returns true. So it should just be creating like some generic thing of a class, right? No class. So it should only have this one, so I should just be able to like say get gizmos and then return the first one. There we go. Okay. So if I'm in add mode, technically that means if I'm in add mode, I can click an existing vertex and just start moving it. If I don't already have a shape selected. Right. Well, actually, this should just, I should just say stop, right? Because now I have that one selected. If I return custom, I can start dragging it. Until I release. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. So I've definitely not clicked directly on a vertex. So now I want the closest thing. But I think I still want to favor a vertex. If I'm within like, maybe I'll say like 8 pixels of a vertex or something, I'll favor the vertex every time. Or distance is also less than nearest edge. Then I will say target polygon equals this polygon. Nearest vertex is equal to distance. And I just say continue, but this should just go out here. Okay. I'll do a constant. Yeah, I'll say that. If we're on the favorite vertex distance or edge, we do that. Okay. And then actually, this is kind of a dumb thing to do like that, because this is just going to go inside of here. No. I remember why I was doing that. Okay. I'll leave a note on this. Okay. And I guess this should be viewport camera on project. Okay. And then I mean, actually, I think what I want to do is I want to say this. Move these out here. I do this, and then at the end I would say A equals B. So what I'm doing is I'm checking... I guess I'd start my nearest vertex out at... Yeah, do target... No. I just do this. Okay, I just do this. Distance is less than... nearest vertex. I don't like it because I'm going to have this written like so many times in here, but whatever. What do you not like about this? I don't see anything wrong with this line. Actually, I see literally nothing wrong with this. Oh! That's what's wrong with it. Yes, this is vertex check. This is edge check. Segment. Closest point to segment. Screen position A and B. Oh, what? No, it should be distance. It should be inside the specified segment. Yes, and it's this. Okay. So they write. This distance to mouse position. If distance is less than nearest edge, and I need to make sure I don't overwrite the case above, and nearest vertex is currently greater than favor vertex distance. So I will try to prefer an edge. If this is nearest edge, it's better than nearest edge. And I is the insertion point. Well, I plus 1 is the insertion point. I guess I also have to check that I'm not... I'll just do that. If we match. Well, maybe what I should do instead... No, because I can have like in my projected thing, like go off in a distance, and then I'm still like actually clicking a vertex. What I was going to say is I could only check the vertex if I happen to map to the same value as an existing vertex, and then I do a test. And that'll just be the only time I do the test. But no, I should do that first. Because the map value could be really far away from a vertex that's like really big on my screen. Nearest vertex is still better, is worse than favorite vertex distance. Okay. Nearest insertion is I plus 1, I guess. We're adding it at that point. Yeah, if I'm checking a segment A to B, I want to add it after A, which means I'm inserting it where B is. So A should now connect to the point that I've clicked. Okay. But I do still have an issue. If vertex, is it vertex? If vertex, which is the world position, is equal to no, it should just be polygon vertices I, 0. Then I do return this, I guess. So what's the issue here? Oh. Maybe this should have a method for me. Because I'm kind of doing that a few times now. So I'm clicking a vertex, but I haven't actually selected one, so I have to say, I'll just say stop in that case. Well, no, I don't think I do that. I think I do this. I've picked a vertice, right? Like literally picked it. So then I just say, yeah, this is still projecting by 2D. So I'm going to say, and if I happen to click and I'm mapping to a vertex that already exists, I'm going to be just picking a vertex, which selection switch just means I'm going to flip that to my active, my target polygon, but I'm not actually going to do anything. That's what I think it's going to do. Though I still don't like that I have to do this like several times. Though it seems a bit buggy though. It seems like it's kind of wrong. Because I could turn this on, but it still turns out that the closest vertex I clicked is... Oh, I hate UI stuff. There's too many edge cases. We're too particular. It's like borderline design, right? I'm trying to figure out what... I'm trying to determine what my intentions are and write that on the computer. This seems incorrect because I'm saying that we're doing a selection now, but I haven't picked the vertex. So maybe what I do is actually say, if we're really close here, then I do the check. If vertex is equal to... Yeah, this seems more correct. So I'm going to be doing this if I'm actually saying this is now our closer vertex. But then I guess I can also say if not selection switch and the dog needs something. What is it? You want to go outside? You want to go outside? Alright. I am going to take the dog out. So if I ever do any of this... Instead of trying to add something, we're going to be selecting. So even if I end up clicking an edge, if the vertex happens to map to an existing one, then I'm adding it. I guess it also means that it's going to be impossible for me to add. If I have two vertices that are so close together that I can't click the edge without mapping to one of the two vertices, what I would have to do is have to drag one of the vertices out and then click and do that. Yeah, I mean, that's just what I have to do. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm back. Okay. So if I'm ever selecting a vertex, and this is gonna be my closest vertex, select and switch. Actually, I think what I just should be doing is probably doing this. So I think I do need to do this. And then I can just say if is vertex selection. And actually, I just want to do this, really. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is getting too much. There's too much stuff here. All right. No. I mean, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I'm liking this so not much right now. Maybe what I should just do is just test every vertex and see if I click the vertex. And then if I haven't done that, then I'm gonna say, all right, now let's check all the edges and see if I clicked an edge. Because maybe these transformations are expensive enough that just checking the vertex is gonna be better. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna simplify on my because I'm trying to do all this in one loop, and I think it can be done in one loop. But I guess it's not really like I'm doing fewer loops. I'm doing the same number of loops. But I would like to stop really quickly if I end up selecting a vertex. I don't want to check edges there. Okay, so maybe it does make sense to split this. All right. Test existing vertices against place vertex, select that shape. So if I ever end up mapping to a vertex, I'm just going to operate as if I selected the vertex. So it'll first prioritize whatever is visually I'm clicking. So if I'm like looking at one vertex and I'm mapping to a vertex in the distance, I'll click that first vertex. Then if I'm mapping to a vertex, I'm just going to select. I'm just going to select that shape, I guess. Not really select the vertex, but select the shape. And I'll do this as well. I'll say vertex count. If a vertex is equal to... Yeah, just put... I don't even need nearest vertex either. Well, I guess I will. No, because the vertexes are going to map to the same thing. Okay, so I guess in this case what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the highest shape. So this would be the shape should be ordered like this. So this would be 0, this would be 1 if there was another one beneath it, and that'd be 2. So I'm going to pick the first shape that I match a vertex to. Yeah, so I just say edited region last shape will be equal to this polygon. Return stop. So the first one I map to, I'm picking that one. All right, now at this point I'm not doing any selections. I'm either going with the closest edge or the closest vertex to try and find a shape. If I find a close edge, I'm going to... Yeah, if I find a close edge, let's do this. There needs to be like a minimum distance. I need to be within some distance of the edge for it to count. And then I'm going to pick the edge of the closest edge to where I've clicked, right? So the smallest distance. Maybe I shouldn't do vertexes then. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do vertexes. At this point, I'm just doing edges, right? Yeah. Okay. So I know that the vertex does not exist on any polygon. I know that I haven't clicked a visual vertex. So the only option left, really, is that I must be picking an edge. I have to be picking an edge. And the vertex I'm going to add is not going to conflict with any vertex there. Okay. So this would be pretty simple. Let's get the size. This would be count. Just say if size is less than 2, I can't do anything. Okay. And then this all just falls away. But I do kind of like how this works. Maybe I do this. No vertex check. If this is less than nearest edge, then there we go. Next segment. And then if nearest insertion is not equal to -1, then edited region, last shape, target polygon, and then region add vertex vertex to that. Is there a way I can do this in one line here? Or like one block, I guess, or whatever? Like starting with last shape and then iterating the rest of them if I didn't find anything. But I need a minimum distance too, right? I'll just say 8 pixels again. If we're within edge distance and better, then we do that. Next segment, A is equal to B. Oh, and this should be I. That. Okay. Maybe I just do this, actually. So this should just run this again and pick it. This will do that, add the vertex, stop, and then otherwise I have a target polygon. So then what I want to do is I want to say, well, I guess I can do this. If I don't have a target polygon, I want to check if we have anything. So if we're at 0, I'll just do this. Sure, for now I'll just do this. Whatever. But this is going to be a to-do. Make function and assign to toolbar button. And then I would say add child. And then edited region. Last shape would be that one. And then I guess I'll just say edited region. Add vertex. Vertex. Cool. Maybe I'll keep the behavior, but I think I want to make it so the toolbar doesn't have that. You would start with a new region, then you would click add shape, and then you would just start in add vertex mode with your shape. Or maybe I just draw a ray straight to the middle of the screen and then just put like a triangle there or something, I don't know. If there are no shapes, do that. I guess at the very end, if I don't have anything, all else fails, add to the end of the first shape. Maybe I just don't actually allow that. No, because I don't have anything selected, so I don't allow that. Hold shift, please. Thank you. Yeah. This is the case where I don't have anything selected. And but I do have shapes. Now, this is the case where I have this selected. So what I do is I say if edited region has vertex. Also, this should just be that, I think. This one. And then, yeah. Maybe I don't even need to do target polygon because I'm just always setting it to that. So instead, I just do this. So now target polygon is not used. Cool. And then this always returns. Yep. If we have the vertex, I'm definitely holding shift, I swear. Vertex already exists on the selected polygon. Return stop. Oh, and then I would need to say update gizmos at the end if I've done something. Of course. And this should also be an if. I mean, I guess the expectation is that this will pass no matter what. It really should pass. Okay. I'll do this. If we have the vertex, we stop. And then, yeah, this is also just a stop. Is this everything? I have no statics. So I should just be able to start clicking now on the edge. Okay. Why is there a point at way over here now? What? It did just add a point way out here. Why did it do that? Delete you. Okay, so why do I think that happened? So there's no last shape. This wasn't true. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. Oh. Whoops, there's an infinite loop there. I gotta be really, like, paying attention to that. There's so many times I write a while loop and it's just straight up an infinite while loop. Because I'm dumb. So technically this happened. This should have happened. So I'm surprised anything happened at all. Because this happened. Maybe I need to restart. I'm gonna reload project. Because some of this code definitely didn't run. Because that should have crashed. When I clicked, it should have crashed, because it would have got stuck on that infinite for loop. While loop. Oh, and this happened again. Okay, so quit. Something about that. I don't know what it is. It's like environment terrain material. That's taking a long time, okay. Okay. That's way to remember that I was full screen. It hasn't done that before. Alright. So now when I click here, it did it. Oh. No, I understand now. The insert is not inserting correctly. So what it should say, maybe I can do that. Vertices insert. Yeah. So I use it's okay. If index is less than 0, or index is equal to size, and this should be last shape count. Okay. So if index is less than 0 or index is equal to size, then I do this. Do that. And then I do this. So I'm adding at the end, and that's exactly what should happen. Otherwise, I'm inserting into the middle. So I need to do this. So then I have to say last shape. I wish you could insert more than one value, but oh well. Index times 2. I'm already doing times 2. Index the insert's really annoying. The insert is actually really annoying. I'm not gonna do that. I think it may be faster if I do it manually because I know I know that I'm adding 2 things. No, because this should be a short list. It's gonna be really fast. It's actually gonna be really fast. I'm really overthinking it. Insert Y first, and then I insert X. So that the order is correct. Insert Y, then X. Okay. Okay. How is that allowed? Oh wow, it's like barely allowed. Also, where did it put that? It's inserting it at the last one. Why is it putting it there? Oh man. What's going on? So I get that I say nearest insertion is what's the winding here? I think it's adding it to the end, so I think these are the first ones. I guess I can actually check by clicking this. Okay, that's a vertex 7. Vertex 0. So I'm adding it somehow at like two. So I'm guessing wherever I click, I'm gonna get this one. It's gonna do that one. Yeah. So it's making it vertex 1. So I plus equals 1. I do add vertex nearest insertion. Index starts at -1. If index is less than 0 or index is equivalent to size over 2, I'm resizing, so I'm putting it at the end. Otherwise, I'm inserting at index times 2. So this means index is coming in as 1 every time? Somehow? Yeah, this is really confusing. Okay, so I'm just gonna have it print here. I'm back. Okay. What was I writing? I'm debugging. Inserting at index. Index. Yeah, we don't know what I'm doing wrong there. Unless it's just somehow is always coming in. I mean, that's the only explanation that I have, is that if I click here, it's going to index 1. It's always 1. Why is it always 1? No, it's right there. So I set the index, and I set the last shape. Nearest insertion is not -1. Nearest insertion is I plus 1. So I'll be inserting at... Yeah, I'm inserting at like where B is. But it's always 1. Why is it always 1? It's like it's... Okay, it would only make sense if somehow this part is less than or equal to edge distance. Distance is less than nearest edge. Nearest edge. I've got a logic mistake somewhere in here where I'm like, I don't exactly know what I'm doing wrong. So I just need to like print out and figure out what I'm actually doing wrong, because I can't figure it out. Testing segments. I'll figure out where the 5 key is eventually. Parenthesis. This is I, and I'll do string A, string B. On project position. Somehow this part's just incorrect. And then if I match, I'll say, then I'll do the print out. Within and this will be pixels, and then yeah. So this will be edge distance. Oh, edge distance should be right. So less than or equal to and I should really write this as being that. And then segment will now be a. So I'll see what's going wrong here. I should delete some of these so I don't have so many to look at. I didn't save. Oh, funny. Funny. Somehow that code doesn't change. Confusing. That's actually like... That is like... ridiculous, actually, that the code wasn't updating. What? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Where are we being called from? So the code was running, it's just doing something strange? Oh, thanks. Thanks for the stack trace. Awesome. Push error. How are we getting there? Okay. Line 248. Oh. I cannot describe how insane that is. What's been happening. So what it's been doing is I've specified int. And I was calling add vertex true, which was just a mistake. True should not have been passed. That was an old thing, which was like a do like perform check or something. That's what it was before. So the true just kind of stayed in there, and I forgot to get rid of it. And there was no complaints about that, which is insane to me. Booleans are not integers. Don't treat them like that. Because what's the point of me saying int if I can pass true or false? Why? Don't treat them like Booleans. They're not. You can have like type coercion. If I really want to pass a Boolean as an integer, then I will do int of bool, right? I do this. I say int true. And then I'm like, okay, I know I'm passing a Boolean, but I really mean to do that. And I really want it to be coerced to an integer. Okay, sure. Don't do that without requiring me to cast it, please. That's just crazy. I really don't like that. Anyway, my mistake was that, of course, none of this is even being called. Because we don't get there. So what I do is I just do has vertex. Okay, so we don't have the vertex, so I'm going to check if I have an edge. Which I really want to reuse this. I guess what I can say is do like get nearest edge or something, or like edit nearest, or like maybe I just make it a function. Maybe I just make this whole thing a function, and then it'll return true or false if it worked. Maybe that's what I do. I think I'd do that. All right. Insert vertex. Vertex. Shapes will be an array of terrain polygon. And I think that's kind of it. Okay. Back to that one. What's this one again? Insert vertex. Of course I need a viewport camera. And a screen position, yeah. Polygon in shapes. Edited region becomes that. Then I say if nearest insertion is 0 or that's return false. Otherwise, come on. Okay, then I return false there. Okay. So now up here, I should just be calling also remove triangle. Did I really forget to delete that? How is remove triangle still here? I'm actually curious. I'm gonna leave that and test that. I want to see that remove triangle. Okay. Test existing vertices against the place vertex, and then I just do insert vertex, viewport camera, screen position, vertex, edited region shapes. Don't care if this fails. And then right here, I do if insert vertex. So we edited region last shape. Update gizmos. Otherwise, yeah, I do this. And then if this works, actually, yeah, I want to do this. No, just do that. And this can be an L. And then I need to get like the undo and redo stuff working. Eventually. Okay, but I want to see what remove triangle isn't even there anymore. Huh. Okay, whatever. Okay, then. I forgot about that. I think that would work. I think it would work. No, actually, I don't think it would work. How would that work? Remove triangle, edited region, pick face. Pick face is not a thing anymore. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. Yeah, it wouldn't work. Okay. Now, this works. With an AF segment, 2.1 pixels, screen segment, that, inserting index 3. Awesome. Awesome. And did I have like a print debug happening here or something? Where's this coming from? Oh. This is printing the stack trace. Just drop that. Unfortunately, I'm not able to like click and then begin editing that one. Which I mean for now is fine. But at least I can do this. This is really what the big thing was to make that work. If I just click around here, it'll just add to the end. Awesome. Wow, that clicking really sucks, to be honest. Maybe I can make that work. Maybe I can make removing be a little bit more forgiving. Because I think what it does right now is it just like uses the... Yeah, it just uses that. And then use screen positions to find nearest vertex within distance. So we const I think I could say like, well, what is this? I think for now I'll just print it and see what the closest one is. This is big though. This thing here. Where is it? The unproject position. It's gone. Anyway. Oh, okay. So this is gonna be like if I don't have one selected. So maybe I actually will do this again where I'll have like delete vertex. I'll do that. I'll just copy this entire thing. Copy. It'll be a little bit different. Delete vertex, this vertex from these shapes. So it should just find... First of all, it should do this. This should be screen position too, I think. Because that's what I use up here. I use screen position up here. Yeah. So yeah, just cut that. Test vertex gizmo, or what did I write? Test vertex gizmo. Also, this is supposed to allow me to start dragging a vertex when I select it. Somehow. I should be able to do that, right? I should be able to, like, tell the gizmo, hey, we're going to start editing this one. Let me, you know what? Before I continue with delete, I'm just going to make it non-functional right now. Also, I'm going to make this look better. There we go. And I don't like how that's how I indented this. I don't like it. Return true. And I had a comment that was, which I want to bring back, so I'm going to bring that back. Do not deselect when missing a vertex. Copy that for me. Nice. Which I just kind of leave it hanging, actually. Okay. I'm not going to use delete. I really can't use it. I mean, it's not going to do anything right now. So what I want to do is when I select the gizmo, or if I, okay, so first of all, if I'm in add mode, I can click. Okay. I guess I actually just bring this out at the top. Test if we selected a vertex gizmo. So if we physically click one, I want to start dragging it every time. Okay. So I'm in this mode, I can click. Cool. Select will just be in selecting only, you won't be able to add. So you're not like misclicking or something. And then now I want to see if I can make it so when I add a vertex, insert vertex, I want to somehow, okay, well I do care if it actually succeeds now. I need to start editing that one. Okay. So insert vertex now returns a integer. Return -1, return nearest insertion, yeah, and then just -1. Yep. Yep, that's how it should be. Okay. So then up here, I get this. If vertex ID is not equal to -1, I feel like somehow I can use the gizmo to start activating it. So I should be able to say like one of these. This should be an editor node. 3D gizmo. I feel like I should be able to tell it to start running. Okay. Perhaps I can tell it here. Okay. There's got to be a way I can do this. I can tell it to start. Close that. Let me go. Whoops. here. I just have to open that up, so it's gonna like open it there. Go. It might tell me how to do it here. I'm able to do it from the editor plugin. Editor plugin. I'm overthinking it. It's actually way simpler than it's actually just way simpler. I just return that. That should just start editing it. It should. Okay, it didn't. It didn't though. So insert vertex should be marking it as needing to be updated, which it will. And then, oh, that would work there. I've done it again. Now here I do the same thing. So if I don't need the ID. I don't need the ID. I don't need the ID. I can go back to a Boolean. Bool. False. True. False. Okay. Then I say if update gizmos. I don't think I need to say update gizmos, but I mean I'm gonna do a return, so I have to. So, and then I return this. Append. Wow. Append to shape if it fails. Custom, and then if it didn't work, then we just stop. Okay. Vertex already exists. Maybe if I do that, if it has the vertex. Okay, seriously, I can't force it to start editing something, which really sucks. I can't force that to happen. So I guess... Oh man, I really want to force... I guess what I could do is on the handles intersect raycast. I can also test if I'm within some screen distance of it. So if I physically click it, well, first of all, that's what I test. All right, yeah, I'm gonna do that. First of all, I test physically clicking it. And then if that all fails, then I'm going to, well, yeah. Attempt, or I guess I would do, yeah, like attempt, well, yeah, if it's solo shape, then I stop here. But what I do is I say attempt finding nearest screen vertex, and editing that one. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. It'll just be the same thing again. Maybe what I do is if I intersect with array, then I immediately return that one. That's probably better. If I intersect with an array, I'm immediately returning that one. Otherwise, if I'm close to it, I'm not tracking that. So, yeah. Const. Vertex distance. Float. And then I can just use this for the removing, so I don't need to do near checks for that. Yeah, I'll say 8 pixels. I have a camera. Okay, I have everything I need. All right. So then I can say this is distance squared. Screen position, distance squared to camera on project position vertex. If this is less than vertex distance squared and nearest, then this is the best index, I guess. Error 1. Nearest index int. I'll do this. Distance square. Okay. Why don't you like that? Oh, because nearest index square is not the name of it. Okay, so after all of that, yeah, so then I say if nearest index is not equal to -1, return that. So pick whatever I physically click, and then otherwise I'm going to pick the closest one, if it's within, like, this distance. I've seen you in a few days. Hope you've been well. Off to bed. We'll see you around. Alright, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest. And I am doing well. Though a little tired right now. It's weird. I'm tired and focused at the same time. If I get a nearest index, I'm doing that one. Okay. If solar shape, we fail. And then down here, it's just going to be the exact same thing again. This does have to go up here, actually. And then I need to know the polygon that I'm picking. Screen position, unproject. If we're in a distance and we're better than the last one, we mark that, and this is also going to be nearest polygon is polygon. Okay, and at the end, if nearest polygon, and nearest index. Okay, cool. So now this will handle all of it. So this will happen if I'm like really zoomed in. And I'm not like physically like I click outside of the vertex, but I'm also really far away from it visually on my screen, then it would say, oh, you already have that polygon, you can't do it. The vertex, you can't do it. And then insert vertex will do that. This will just pick it if I'm really close to one. It'll just pick it and start dragging it. And then this doesn't do that at all. Okay, so no, this is fine. So this will pick the closest one that I have. So if I don't have a last shape, it'll lock one in. Okay, so that's good. Delete vertex. So then I do this click. If I click near one visually on my screen, or I physically clicked the vertex sphere, then we're deleting that one. Otherwise, I'm looking for edges. Okay. Cool. Test edges. What? Deleting. No. Not doing that. Actually, no, yeah, I was doing that because I wanted to do this. So this is actually coming back out here. This goes away. This just comes back up here. And then I'm going to map this as well to select. Well, I actually don't need to map it to select vertex. And then just do nothing. Do not deselect. Did any of that change then? This is... this one. I'll just copy that and put it back. But I did not like how this was one line, so I want to keep that. And I forgot the X. Triangle, insert vertex. Okay, and now I want insert vertex to do that, so I can start dragging it immediately. Does this call update gizmos? No. Actually, I feel like I probably don't have to call that. I'm totally lost. I'm gonna see what happens if I don't call that. I feel like I probably don't need to call that. Because it should just do that. Right, click, I can still drag, I can click, and I'm not dragging. Okay. So let me try doing that then. Okay. So when I call this, what happens is it's gonna go into gizmos and run handles intersect array. Oh, but I don't call update shape here. I've got to update this shape. Okay, region, update shapes. I've got to do that. Yeah, because I do it in redraw. I need to do it here too. And then I should not have to call. I really don't think I need to call this. I really don't think I need to call that. Oh, yeah. And then this should be better. I should be able to miss this, I think. Okay, I think I missed it. This one I should be able to miss. I missed it. Nice, and it still clicked it. Now just a quick check. I can't click around. Okay. So it's over there. Alright, cool, that works. Awesome. 8 pixels might be a little close. I'm going to bring this out a little bit. 8 pixels feels a little close. I'm putting my mouse right on it. Okay, I missed it that time, and that... Great. Oh, and I have to flip that. I can just click and go. So if I do this, and I'm like, alright, I don't want to insert for sure, but I'm definitely not on it. I mean, it should just use the exact same logic as selecting. So I'm pretty far away. Nice. Oh, this is really... Okay, that one I dropped it somehow. I'm not really sure how I dropped it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I dropped that one. Maybe I should highlight them when I hover it. Maybe that'll be... Okay, well, this is great. This is great now. This is great. Was there 5 or was there 4 when I clicked this? I feel like there was... That was weird. Ah, okay. So I feel like I'm pretty close here. Yeah, I think I like clicked and added a vertex. I suppose what I can do is I can make it so that selection can have a larger radius. No, or maybe I just bring it back to 8. Or I say like 8.5. 8.5? Say 8.5. Because I feel like that was pretty close. I feel like it can be kind of right on it and it was adding it anyway. Or was it... Maybe it should just be larger. I don't know. 10. Let's go with 10. So what is this? This is definitely within 10 pixels, I think. And I clicked it. Good. This is not. Okay. The thing is deleting. Yeah, that's a pretty big delete. Okay, so the next thing that I would do, should do, which I will do actually, is make it so that adding and removing vertexes can be undone using like the history, undo history thing. Alright, so I'm going to do that, and then I think it's probably the last thing I really did put in there. I just don't have... I don't really have a good shape selection yet. Yeah, let me add an undo redo and then shape selection. I need to be able to click the shape. I need to get the toolbar updated so I can like select the shape. I can like click the triangle and say, hey, like here's the one that I want to edit right now. Okay. And then I think also doing shift click, I feel like I want to make it so that shift click will just automatically add a new shape and start with that one. A couple things, yeah. Okay, so add vertex changed. Added that. That's all good. And then yeah, I think what I can do here is in add vertex when I'm holding shift. I just do the same thing and I would move this. Yeah, I need to move this to a thing. Okay. Edge distance. I think 8 pixels is fine. Maybe I should bring it up to 10. No, I think 8's fine. I'm not like misclicking or anything. Okay. I mean, in that case, I was like trying to be off. It'd be annoying if I click and then that happens and I'm like, okay, well, what I would do is I would just hit Control Z and then that would actually work. But I have to swap the tool to remove and then I can click it again. I could also make it so that right clicking. No, I don't think I like that. I could probably do like alt click. Could like quickly delete a vertex. Yeah, you know what? I think I might like that. Get rid of the remove vertex tool and just make it so I have to hold alt and click. Shift and click can start a new shape. Look at me trying to press Control Z as if that works. Shift and click will start a new shape. And then alt click will delete the vertex that I'm selecting. Yeah. Hey, Danlin. Did you see it? I don't know what it is. But I don't think I did. I'm gonna assume that I have not seen it. Okay. If add vertex and I'm not. Yeah, let me try this. I guess if I'm in add vertex mode, if I don't have a region. If I've selected a vertex, so let me call this vertex ID. If I happen to be holding alt in this case, allow alt click to delete vertex. So this should just say that. He was a mod on 4chan? Wow. Isn't there stuff about him blackmailing people? I really shouldn't talk about this too much, but I've been wondering if, like, part of what he was doing was trying to, like, I think not. I think just definitely for his own personal, like, gain, but he was trying to get involved and blackmail people, right? I did hear about him, like, being banned on Xbox Live, and one of the things that they listed was, like, sharing public information. Like, was he trying to, like, get people's addresses through Xbox Live or something? Or he was, like, sharing addresses? It was a long list. Bill Gates got AIDS and asked Epstein for meds. Allow Alt-click to delete vertex. So if, I think it's like input, key, physical key pressed, key left alt? How do I know if it's the left alt key? Because I actually care that it's the left alt key. What is key location left? A key which is to the left of its twin. All right, for now, it's just if it's that one, I delete it. And then I want to say if I click the vertex, I want to start editing it, and then I say if input what is mask shift? Shift key map. All right, I gotta find this out. All right, if it's like this, okay, if I open this, is the next number above it not assigned? The next number above it is assigned. It's already odd. So ORing it would actually do nothing. Inputs. Godot check if left alt is pressed. The reason I specifically want to be left alt is because there's times when left and right alt, at least in my case, I've already done this, where left and right alt and shift are doing things on my computer. So I specifically want it to be the left alt key is pressed, not any alt key. Left or right of key is like that. What do you think? Key shift underscore L. Yeah, that's not a real thing. Yeah, it's not a real thing. Use first keys which only appear once. For example, when using it, input is match an event which has unspecified will match any key location. Like ideally what I would do is I would ask it for like, hey, is this key with this modifier pressed? I guess I don't have that option somehow. All right, whatever. Whatever. If shift is held, I am adding 1. So I should be able to cut this out. Bring this down here and do function. Add vertex, new shape. And then I don't care what happens. New shape, region polygon. I do have to take vertex. Okay, cool. Add vertex, new shape. Oh, and this should be custom, because I should be able to start dragging it after I click. And that should work, because it'll select it. Vertex ID is declared in this scope. It is. Okay. Also, it's true or false. No, actually. Right. What's wrong up here? Cannot resolve. Can we get serious? I can't resolve myself because I can't resolve myself. Okay. Alt click will delete a vertex. If shift key is held, it's a new one. Okay. Okay. I guess I could also make it so that when I press Alt, the toggle will flip to remove vertex, and then when I release Alt, it'll go back to whatever I was pressing. That could be nice. But I guess I also thought that I'd just be getting rid of delete vertex. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm just getting rid of delete vertex. And then if I was holding Alt, yeah, if it fails or not, yeah, because this was part of the tool. Okay. I'll leave it for now. I'm actually not sure if I want to get rid of it. Alright, but if I hold Alt, bang. And if I do Shift, okay, new region polygon. No. No. In fact, you're not doing that. Yeah, I do edit a region, add child, last shape is new shape, add vertex, update gizmos. And I set the... Oh! That's been incorrect this whole time. Okay, well, I'm going to... That's interesting. Reload project. Because I am in a bugged state and I have nodes in memory that are not visible in the scene graph. Okay, now we're fixed. Here, and if I do click, was it there? Also, if I click and oh. What just happened? What? How is that happening? How is that happening? Input mouse button. Is it repeating? Is it repeating? Should this be like just pressed or something? That's really weird. Why is that happening? Because my only thought is that forward 3D GUI input is still being called. Pass. So if it's a mouse motion, pass. I'm pretty sure pass means no. What? Okay, so if it's like constantly running. What? It's constantly running. Why is it constantly running? Okay, someone's calling this. And it's updating the last shape because it's picking a different one. Which is really weird. I'm actually how is this happening? Does it think I'm still holding a button? Is it calling handles intersect array? When I'm not clicking? It is. That's what's happening. Handles intersect array is being called even when I'm not clicking. Okay. And then I want to print stack. So I gotta be careful. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I need to make sure that I'm not doing certain things when I... I guess I can do a check up here. And if I'm editing something... I mean, for now, maybe it's actually fine that it, like, is constantly checking and, like, updating. No, I don't think so. I think... I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. So, handles intersect array. If I'm editing something... Okay, I guess... Okay. Is this... Whoops. Is it still going? Okay, so it's still going. So I'm going to click. Okay, so it's still doing ray check when I move. Okay. I don't like this. Truly, I don't like this. I don't want it to update the shape I'm looking at. Okay, so I think just what that means is if I don't have the mouse button pressed, I ignore this entirely, right? I should just straight up ignore this if I'm not clicking. Because I think then when I go here and I click, now we check. Right. Yeah, okay. So if I'm currently editing or I've clicked, so I guess I can just do this. If edited handle, which should be cleared when I commit. Set handle is like I'm in progress. Commit handle is when I'm on. Right, okay. So if edited handle, return -1, and then if I'm not clicking, also return -1. So if not input is mouse button pressed left. Do not allow calling this method while editing or without clicking. Okay, so now I'm not like doing this, and if I click, I can still do this. I'm not gonna like flip over and start editing the other handle or the other vertex. Okay, good. And then shift click still works, kind of. It doesn't show up for some reason. Why does it not show up? when I do insert vertex new shape. Oh, I guess what I should... No, I do call this. I call update gizmos. Maybe I need to do update gizmos call deferred. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, where is it? And then it's like not there. What just happened? Okay, hang on. Okay, so I'm going to click in here, and I'm going to drag out here, and then I'm going to release the mouse and then click over here. Shift, click, drag, I've released shift, I hold here, I release here, and then I click here. What? Okay. So why does it not show up? Do I need to call add child? No. Okay, what if I say shift and then click and release without moving? It's really, really weird and buggy. It's in a weird buggy state right now. Alright, I'm gonna reload project. It bugged. Something bugged. Gizmos weren't updating anymore? When they definitely should be. Click and drag. And then I couldn't click and drag anymore either. And I can't click and drag again. I can't. That works. This doesn't work. Okay. So something about adding the vertex somehow doesn't work. Inserting is working. Adding is not. So what am I doing differently when I insert versus add? So this is an insert and then I return custom. I just straight up call it insert. What does insert do? Insert calls add vertex, update gizmos. Add vertex, new shape. And then return custom. Return custom, return custom. Yeah, maybe somehow I create a new shape, I add it as a child, then we end up jumping into here. This happens. Update shapes true, and then I call update shapes. Is this what it is? Is the add child doing this? Update shapes. This will run through here. It does everything. It doesn't have a vertex yet. Okay, but then I add the vertex, and then I call update shapes in this. Maybe it's because I need to set last shape. Oh, that's probably what it is. That could be what I'm missing. No, I set last shape. Because I have to before I can call add vertex. Am I sure? That, like, it works if I hold, but if I... Oh, I think I know what it is. So my mouse is going to be, like, really far away from it. Click and drag. Yeah. So that's the thing that's happening. I guess what I can do is I can make it so that the gizmo, the very next time it calls this, I can have it immediately return a specific vertex ID. That's probably what I do. Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to have a... force next edit int, which will just be some value. So handles intersect array, and I'm just gonna check if force next edit is not -1, then I have to do it in this weird way. I guess I just call it edit. Or E. So then what I can do is before, or when I call insert, before I call update gizmos, maybe after I call update, I'm not sure. Okay, add vertex returns true if the vertex was added. And then I should just say, like, gizmos force next edit to be 0. Okay. I think that's all I gotta do. I don't think the order of those two matter either. But oh well. And then up here, if we selected, and I can also fail on the other ones too. So this will be good to make sure those always work. Remove vertex, it's fine. I just wonder if there's a case where I can like click and then move the mouse and then something weird happens where it starts editing something that I'm not active on. I don't know. I should make sure that when I set it, the state is ready. If the state's ready for it to start editing, then it should be fine. That will just work. In fact, doing this should just call immediately the gizmo intersect ray, like right when I say return. So it should be fine. Last shape, we do that. Add vertex, new shape. Insert vertex. So I guess insert vertex should also probably just set that value before it returns. So right here, I should do gizmos force next edit to be nearest insertion. Yeah. Okay. So if I try to do this again where I'm like quite far away, let me zoom in so I can like have a mouse physically far away from it, so it shouldn't work. Oh gosh. It's like so zoomed in for some reason. Alright, physically far away from a point near this edge. Well, I need to be close to the edge, and then... Yeah, I'm really far away now. Okay. Okay, so that worked. Now, if I do shift and click... Okay. World vertices isn't set. Maybe I need to call update shapes. I probably should do that. When I call add vertex, I will update shapes, force next edit, update gizmo, add new one, add vertex, update shapes, force next edit. Okay. And I'll just do this. And I'm in a broken state. What is that? What is this? This is such a weird... Yeah, what's happened? Like, what has happened? I'm in this broken state right now where I can't click anything. And this isn't working. I'm gonna explode. Insert vertex. Add vertex. Edited region. Update shapes. Gizmos. Force next edit to be edited region. Last shape. Out. -1. Okay, that should be it. And how am I getting this, like, broken state, too? I need to, like, really pay attention to what happens when I do that. Why can't I delete these? Okay. Do I have to call updates? Is this what's going on? Oh, that probably is what's going on. Wait, what? No, Gizmos is drawing. They still exist. Because redraw would come in here and say, oh, this shape is empty now. And it would... Why not? Why can't I delete them? This one's empty. What's going on? I'm clicking and nothing's happening. And I almost got bugged again. Alt. Click. Okay. Out of bounds, get index 0. Trying to assign type nil to variable vector 2i. Am I like selecting it somehow when that happens? Am I somehow selecting it when I hold Alt? Also, it did it. No, it's still. Okay. Clear. I'm just gonna delete these. These are all like buggy and nonsense. Okay, why are those 2 points there? What? When I deleted them, did it not understand that? Did it not understand that when I deleted those? It didn't notify me about them being deleted? Okay. Let me find out. I gotta relax. I'm starting to get a little mad, to be honest. Print. Okay. So reloaded. I'm gonna do this and I click and I drag. What happened? New region polygon. It's there in the list. I see it. Index out of bounds 0. Okay. So it doesn't know about those yet somehow. So in plugin, when I clicked, I just simply clicked. So what should have happened is we go in here. We go in here. Add vertex new shape happens. So look up. So what I do is I add the vertex and I call update shapes at the end of add child. So update shapes, add vertex, update shapes. So go in here. Ah, okay, I get it. Okay, I need like a force parameter then. So if I'm forcing or that is happening. Right, okay. Okay, I get it. Force that update. This update shouldn't be forced. That shouldn't be a forced update. That should be fine. This one will be. This one shouldn't be. Update shapes is true. Wait a second. No. Add vertex, update shapes. That's fine. Add vertex, update shapes. Okay. I don't know what's going on now. So do print, ignoring shape update, none needed. Print stack. Otherwise, I'm going to do print updating shapes. Print stack. Okay. Why are we doing this when I drag the mouse? Gizmo redraw. Maybe the gizmo redraw should just be a little bit smarter and know that it doesn't need to do anything. It's probably causing an issue, I don't know. Let's get rid of that. I'll just do this. I need it. No, I actually do just need this to print every time. I don't like this. I wish I could freeze it. Okay, first of all, let me see why deleting is not working. Deleting region polygon, updating shapes. Okay. Click, drag. Alright. That was an insane amount of printing that just happened. So when I click, I call update shapes from plugin. From there, I'm gonna go here so I don't see this anymore. Okay, so this is redraw, redraw, redraw. And then ignoring update shape not needed from plugin line 175, which is probably fine because I think it's probably this one. Yeah, this is fine. But then here it should have done it, and it does. So from line 224, I call update shapes. So we updated. But then it says out of bounds index 1. No. No. Index 1? So I return count minus 1. Vertices size. So vertices size would be 2. Divided by 2 is 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. So then it would have come in here. And it says begin handle action. Handle ID was 1. Which is not correct. Because what should have happened is it comes up here. Forced edit is not equal to -1. E is equal to force next edit, which would be 0. And it returns 0. And then we go down here. We say get handle value. Or it does begin handle action, and somehow it came in as 1 instead of 0. It came in as 1. Okay. I set it in 2 places. This one should have worked. Because it will return 1 and then -1. This one shouldn't have happened. Definitely should have happened. This is 0. Okay, but I did shift and click. Right? Yeah, I did shift and... Or no, I didn't do shift and click. I just clicked. Okay, also, it didn't even add the shape. So I need to reload the project, I think. Because I'm probably in a bugged state, so clicking may just not work. Let's be very careful, keep the output clean. Click here, click this, and then I'm going to drag up, shift, click, drag, release, down here. Okay. Now what happened? Redraw, updating shapes, new region polygon. I don't see force redraw. Index 0. Okay, well this one's correct actually. Index 0. Okay. In fact, we updated twice. So this would be new one, which is add vertex, new shape. On children change, update shapes. That's where I expected to see this. And then this one would call it again, because we just called add vertex. Right there. Then force next edit is 0. So it comes in here. Get handle value. We have a last shape. But world vertices is empty. How is world vertices empty? So world vertices is updated here. Updating shapes. So it only makes sense that this doesn't happen if... Oh, wait, if vertices is less than 3. Okay, this is where my mistake is. So I still want to do this, but then I don't do triangulation until I have at least 3. Okay. Okay. Also, this is wrong. This should be polygon.count. I need at least 3 here before I can do that. Okay. If polygon count is less than 3, then I have to wait. I guess I can actually just check verts. So do I just do size? Yeah, whatever. Well, I'm using it for eye here. Okay, so actually I should probably do polygon count size. And then I can just say get vertex I. And then K drops out. So I'm just using I. Okay. And then I'll just do that to be clear. If polygon count is too small, I just set the triangle mesh in the faces. I just clear that. And otherwise, I'm doing all of this stuff. Okay. Delete. Save. Then I'm just going to reload the project to be safe. Triangle, go up here, shift, click, drag, release, click, drag. Oh, I guess that edge does intersect. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, I should be able to drop this now. It's quiet. And now if I would shift and click, I'm working. Clicking and dragging just works every time. I can't manage to like, whoops. I can't manage to like miss it or something. What if I go over here? Nope. Oh, this is interesting. Why is that working? That's not supposed to work. But I guess it works sometimes. Oh, this is really weird. Why is that working? What? Oh, this is very odd. What? It like doesn't... Wow, this is really weird. This shape is not supposed to be working. It's supposed to be rejecting this shape because it has overlaps. But I guess somehow it can triangulate that. I don't know. It knows how to handle this one somehow. Weird. I should just like alt click if I do that. Okay, now select. And I can swap to this one. What did I just do? I just like rushed. What? Oh. Yeah, see, I don't know how that... Yeah, see, I don't know how that... Weird. Alright, but the fade thing works. The surface fade isn't set up yet. I should probably make the surface fade work now. Does this work? Have I made it good? I'm able to shift click in here and like shift. No weird errors happening. I can't do this. I can't do this. Okay, apparently I can do that. I mean, I guess, yeah, if I'm over here and I click this, and that's fine. No, actually, I don't want that. What this should be is if I select, okay. If I am in select mode, I don't know how I do it. I have it. Can I finish a sentence? I have this solo shape. So this will prevent me from selecting a different shape. And the idea is that I would have solo turned on when I'm doing this. So I could, in theory, have this region start applying here like this. I wouldn't have to click outside and drag in. I could just click. But right now, that's what happens when I do that. Also, this is good to see. So if I would be selecting a node there, it's going to be selecting that one. It's going to select the one that I currently selected. So then I click here, and then I can... Vertex already exists on the selected polygon. Okay, so it's bugged now? Okay. I really don't get what that is. That really doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how I've set this up in a way where that's possible. Yeah, I'm not sure how I've set this up in a way that that's possible. Because this would lead me to believe that the tool mode has changed. And that redraw is not doing anything. Like, redraw has just stopped. Yeah, like Gizmos has crashed or something. Like, that's exactly what's happened. Gizmos has crashed. It's not doing anything. It's drawing the dot where I'm holding my mouse at, which is interesting. So show blue marker. It's like, maybe it's like edited handle has broken or something. If I click, that hasn't, oh, that's fixed it. Okay. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'll be right back though. I'm back. Okay. I'm gonna leave it unimplemented for now, because it's not such a big issue for me that I can't like click here and then do that. I can just click and then just drag wherever I want to. Right. Okay. Also, is this... Yeah, this is really interesting. At what point does it like realize which one of these trips it up? None of these now. Oh, this is so strange. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't know why that works. And in fact, this allows me to create holes. Weird. So weird. Oh well, I'm like... Alright. I've tested this a bunch. It's working pretty well. Currently I can't click those and see them. I don't care, honestly. But I can at least do this. Okay, now I've failed. Index out of bounds 12. Oh, I know what happened. I've got to do this. I knew exactly what happened. Erase polygon, and then I say, if polygon is equal to last shape, clear last shape. Okay. It's still gonna be broken. That's fine. I should just be able to say reload scene, and this one should correct itself. Okay, so now I'm going to delete that, go back. Okay, and now it's not buggy. All right. Yeah, so I should test how to make holes now, I guess. So if I do this, and then I'm gonna add a new shape here, and this one's going to be subtract. I don't have a way to visualize that yet, but if I click now populate, there is indeed a hole in the middle. In fact, I would like to stop seeing it. And then I guess in theory, if I were to now do clear, some of these should, or I guess I could just say like these are gonna stay because that's gonna subtract. It's technically a non-managed region now. It's back. I grabbed the wrong one. So it should be that one left. Yep. Cool. Okay. Populate's really slow, though. It's really quite slow. I think it's this. This progress thing is really... The printing slows it down a lot, I think. Maybe I need to fix that. Because it's basically going to maintain that exact same speed no matter how many... Like, I can make the region a whole lot larger. I'm just going to delete this one. I'm going to zoom out. I can drag this away over here. So it should just take also, like, probably faster than 0.7 seconds. Eh. Interesting. Also didn't add anything until it was at like over a third of the way through it. Yeah, the printing is taking a long time. I definitely know that printing has a huge impact on that. If chunk total percentage 10 times instances dot size. So it would run every 20 chunks. Every 20 chunks. Every 20 chunks. This is 20. I mean, I guess it's a big area. I feel like maybe I bring this up. At like 32. I'll say 32. So it took like one, I should have left it. Yeah, this was the exact same amount. It's literally the printing. The printing is just really, really slow. Okay. Maybe I say 64. So that was 0.4 seconds. 0.2 seconds. Yeah, that printing, man, is really, really slow. Maybe I should say 100. Maybe I say... Because I feel like I don't want to print anything. I think in this case there should be like 2 prints. Right? So maybe I say at the end... Populated blank instances... across... chunks. So it should be chunk total. I guess chunk total. Oh no, because I don't reset it. Never mind. I know it by this. Size X, size Y. So this is 1 and 1 plus, so it should be size X times size Y. Yeah, I think it's just size X times size Y. I want to make it so that this area doesn't prints like 2 messages maybe. $1,000 chunks. Alright, I'll say 512. Every 512 will print 1. 0.04 seconds. It printed twice. Awesome. In fact, that's just still so fast. I feel like I should drop that even more. This should probably actually be like 4096 chunks because of how slow that is. All right, let me make this really large. Let's go to select, so I'm not going to add. This is really nice. I can actually zoom out and click these vertices from this far away. Add to that edge. Add to that edge. Oh, this is awesome. I just made a bigger square. I'm smart. All right, clear and populate. It's done. Printed one time in 1.5 seconds. Very nice. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe I should leave it more because this was like 2 frames in half a second. Maybe 2048 is better then. Maybe I leave the printing to be less. So maybe I should do like... Alright, so if this was that in this many seconds... Maybe what I should do instead is actually just keep track of a timer and check the timer every chunk. Every, like, 10 chunks, I'll check if my timer's been too long. Then I'll do an await frame. And then, if it's been like this, then I'm going to do a print. So I think, yeah, I think I'll do it like this. So I'll do a print every this often. But then I'm going to do a wait every... What was this? So if I want this to maintain like 60... Or I guess I could even go to 30 FPS. So that would be 1 over... I don't know the number. Sure. So I'd expect that to happen roughly... I guess about 1,000 chunks. So every 1024, or I guess actually... Every 512 chunks, I can skip a frame. And then every so often here, this is when I'll actually do a print, which is like the most expensive operation here. The await should be pretty quick. Should be less than a frame, right? Okay. Alright, so I got... Yeah, the time basically didn't change. Maybe I should do a print at the start. I'm gonna go and split this up. Then I'll track a timer. What's all this? Full total. Full total add. Oh, yeah. That's how many instances I'm placing. So right about here, I want to do a print. So I want to say should be that right. Yep. Maybe this should be less than that. Yeah, okay, so that's the frame rate when I do that. And then it takes quite a bit longer when I do that. The wait time. But maybe it's worth it. It takes twice as long, but I can still use the editor at like 30. Maybe it's not worth it at all. You know, I feel like it, okay. All right, undo. I think it's not worth it at all. Yeah, it takes half the time when I do that. And I yielded one time. I yielded to a frame one time during that. Okay. The clear being that fast is so crazy to me. Okay. All right. I want to go ahead and hide that. Selected instance 3. Instance bar 353. I'm gonna go and hide that. All right, there we go. Cool. And this should break as I go through here. But I guess actually I would maybe draw this as a whole instead. Maybe that's better. Thanks for following, Andrew. Maybe that's better. To do this as a whole, probably. So then I could just do... Actually, if this is going to be a whole, then I probably continue tracing it. And I just flip it around. Okay, so now it's bugged again. And I think just clicking... Okay, clicking and dragging fixes it. Interesting terrain? Yeah. And then... this would be like a subtract. Oh. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, now I'm at the point where I get to figure out how I would do that. Because I feel like... Oh, this is great. Okay. I actually get to use it now. Yeah, the alt click to delete it. Great idea. I can probably get rid of that one. So this would be like a subtract, and bring this out a little bit. And then I just have a big add around this area. The force edit, I should probably get rid of that. Force next edit. Okay. And I feel like this area is actually going to be a big open spot right next to it. Like that. And then I should be able to click clear and it'll delete it all. Nice. So I'll call this cabin driveway cut. Subtract. And then I guess I can go and name this one. So this would be cabin. Cabin area, I don't know. And then shift click, and I'm going to drag that here, so we start there. And then I don't know how big I can make this for now, so I'm just going to make it like this. And then I should have... because this is by water, so I guess this should be a different area. Yeah, I'm thinking... okay, I'm thinking I do something like this. Where I like go over here. And then... I'd have like a different area or a different region to be close to that, the water. Okay, so now if I hit clear, all that's been changed. And then I'm just going to go ahead here and manually remove this. I don't know which trees are which. I mean, I can kind of tell. Wait. No, it's still broken. Okay. I mean, yeah, I have the placeholders there, so I can set it up. This is like the final. Okay, I need to go and commit this and probably be done for now. Cabin area, populate. That spot's clear. Looks like it worked. Though interestingly, this looks like just a straight line. So now, what I would do is I would say, I don't like how straight this is. So I'd click Edit Instance, and I should probably hide the regions, I don't know. So these are really close together. That's got to be a mistake. That's just got to be a mistake. This is... Definitely the short one has decided to place itself very close to that. Okay, these should, yeah. These should probably have a larger distance away from that. Clear. It's still there. Oh wait, that's 0. Oh. Or I did this wrong. Or did I? No, this should be 4.5. Clear. It's still there. Do I have to save? I feel like this should be going away. This is the white fur next to the big one, which I forgot what it's called. Douglas. 5 meters away? It's still there. Is this a bug? Oh, wait. Okay, so here's what I want. I actually want this one to start after... Did that work? Okay. This one places first. This one's not going to have to check that one. So I can just drop that. This one is going to have to check that one. Okay, and now it's going to flip it all. It's going to make it all very different. Okay. So that one still feels really close, but I guess it's far enough away. Now this is too dense. Is it? Player scale. Okay, maybe it's actually fine now. No, that's intersecting too much. Okay. So this needs to be... Oh, the distance between it needs... Okay, I might have messed it up. The distance between this one and that one needs to be this, essentially the sum of their leaves. And I don't remember how big that is. I think this one extends 2 meters and that one extends like 2 meters. So it should be 5? It's still there. Oh, those two are the same type. Oh, okay. So those are the big ones. The big one should probably be like more like 4.5 away from each other. Okay, so that one's still there. 5 away from itself. Okay, it vanished. Cool. I guess if I don't want to see it, I can do this. And then I think at one point I had a check. I should probably turn that back on. Or maybe I would do something when I run populate. It can detect this. essentially, yeah, I remember saying it a long time ago and I kind of forgot about it. The distance, the percentage of the time that I reject placing something should be less than 10%. If it's higher than that, then that means my density is too high or my minimum distance is too high. One of those two would have to be dropped. But I think 6 is correct. Maybe I should write that down or something. Oh, and then I said for editing instances. So if I click this and I'm like, all right, I want to move this one closer to the whatever, I can do that. And then I should just be able to hit save and it loads it in. Awesome. Turning white, I'm not sure what that is about. And now it's... I kind of didn't align it correctly. Cool. Okay. What's this? Oh, that's probably what's on a null value. Yeah, okay. That's probably why it's like white for some reason. Okay, where's the player? He's way over there. I should bring the truck here too. Okay, I know this works. I don't know why I'm testing it, but yeah, okay. Don't look at the trees. It looks better from the shadows. Still. My sensitivity feels really high. Alright. Yeah, it feels a bit sparse now. A little bit too sparse, maybe. I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, one of the two things needs to happen. I need to increase... Maybe it's even a thing where the density should fail to place a minimum percentage of the time as well. Because if I set a minimum distance and it is failing like less than 1% of the time, maybe that's a problem, right? Because then you're not filling in the space maybe as much as you intend to with your minimum distance. Maybe that's not a problem. I think it's definitely a problem if your minimum distance is set to something that like half the time the instances are failing to place. Because then you're doing a lot of work. For nothing. Is this crashing? What? Why is that happening? That's not supposed to be happening. Why is that running? On children changed. Oh. This should only happen in the editor. Yeah, this should only happen in the editor. So... Definitely my mistake there. Okay. Go again, and maybe it would have happened again if I just exit. Okay, now I'm going to change this to pass. And then run. And then immediately close. Okay, cool. All right. All right. External resource placeholder. I probably need to go fix that. I feel like if I do this, it's gonna break. It didn't break. So if I run and quit again, I'm not gonna get that. Okay. All right. That all seems good. Whoa. I will not be committing that, however. Why did the resource change? No, the resource should not have changed. Why did that change? I don't want that to change. Don't change that. Why did you change that? Whoops. Bug indexing did not unpair geometries from light. Okay, so it really wants to change that file, so I guess I have to let it. That's unfortunate. Oh. I still have more prints. All right. Okay. Yeah, interesting. And then I guess I'm keeping that. Oh, right. I changed the order of it. Yeah. I'll place the large trees first. renamed a cabin area. Cabin driveway cut. That one I should give it a name. Because these two nodes are probably set now. I probably shouldn't be deleting these nodes. Cabin area. I'll just call it main area. Okay. Should just be adding everything from add-ons. I have to add these plant changes, and then I'm adding some of these. Yes. Basically just doing everything but moving the player. I don't want to move the player. Or the vehicle. Wait, did I add the player being moved? Oh, I did. Okay, try that again. And be careful. Not the player. Yes and no. Okay. Alright, I'm sure it's all good. There's a weird bug when adding. Sometimes, like, I really don't understand how it's possible. I don't have, like... Something happens. Where it thinks it's both in drag mode, but also it's not dragging anything, and it's not updating. It's just weird. It's really weird. Something just weird happens, and it like really just breaks down and kind of stops functioning until I like click and I leave my mouse still after I click, and then it fixes stuff. Or if I think if I click and I think if I just click and I leave my mouse still and like wait a moment, it fixes. I don't know what that bug is. I'll just call it like, yeah. I don't want to say finish. Initial completion of terrain, region, polygon, editing, edit. Can now insert vertices on existing edges. Placement can now click and drag to move. Placed vertex. Use screen space for better interaction with vertices. And then initial areas for cabin foliage. Is the next thing going to be like setting up the main regions and then putting in trees? I'm hesitant to do that because oh, right. So I still don't have terrain angle stuff. I mean, technically with plants, they should like barely take on, effectively not even take on the angle of the terrain they're on. They just won't grow there. Like the area would just be too steep and there's like rocks falling all the time, and so plants don't really get very tall before they just get crushed by a small landslide, like an animal walking by. Yeah, I'll need to add that before I really commit to throwing stuff in. And also, the variation, I'm not sure yet, because the colors are going to change. I don't have the colors yet. I basically need all the assets done before I can really do the whole world, can't I? Or at least placeholders for those assets. Because what I want to have is I have 4 trees right now. What did I say I would have? I think I'm just going to have these 4 trees. But then I think I want like 3 or 4 versions of each tree. I think for the pine trees, probably 3 I can get away with. I say pine trees, the fir trees. And then maybe a rare variant, so something that's like really large or something in a few places. The cottonwood, I think I want way more than that because that has a lot of branches. So I feel like I should probably have at least 4, maybe 5. The aspen, that one can probably also get away with 3, but maybe should have 4. Yeah, at the very least, before I get into that, I'd probably just need to at least add it to the terrain thing so that it will select a different scene and place that scene. Trying to remember how that terrain instancer works. Yeah, I think the terrain instancer basically loads the scene, and then it will produce the multi-mesh based on the current settings of that. So at the very least, I need to have physically different scenes, or just a mesh. Not even, actually, yeah, I don't even need different scenes. I just need a different mesh asset type. It could have the same scene, but just a different one. Okay. That shouldn't be too hard then. Alright. I was just thinking out loud for a minute. Anyway, that's it for today. As soon as I finish writing this, initial areas for cabin foliage, and then still weird to use sometimes, but mostly big free. There we go. And it's in. Okay. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. Did I forget to increase that? I did. This was a day without compiling. There's 2. Okay. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.